need to make sure that both locks are unintelligible. Okay. Is it adjustable? Yes, it's telescopic from the side of MLM. The one that's for 4580. All right, I got it, and let's start from your side. Let's start from the side of the node. 74, unintelligible 3. All right, number 43. Okay, that's probably be behind the plate. No, it's going to be a different one. No, that's 74, 43. 40. That's 42. No, we need 43. Sergey. It's an old unintelligible, and that's just for the understanding where handrails to be installed where. Is it very important? So, after the test, the handrail's unintelligible. Number 43. 74, 43. Yes, 74, 43. And I'm ready to secure it. Okay? Kind of pretty dark here. All right, let's install it. And it should be temporarily secured there, right?
If you're just joining us, we are 2 hours and 2 minutes in today's Russian Spacewalk 58. Duo are currently installing the second of 2 gap spanners on the European robotic arm.
All right.
Today's spacewalk began at 10:47 a.m. Central Time, where the duo exited. The duo of Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin exited the Poise module and then translated over to the Naoka module. Once at the module, they translated to the Radiator there. Once at the Radiator, they released 2 restraints and then successfully deployed the Radiator, meaning unfold the Radiator to its full length. They then began to open coolant fluids, the fluid servicer valves. Once open, the duo then translated over to the European robotic arm, where they have successfully installed 1 gap spanner and are completing the second now. We are currently in between satellites and are waiting to get views back of the spacewalk. The duo and the International Space Station are currently about 262 statute miles above Kazakhstan. They are in an orbital nighttime.
Right, there was a short LOS. We are working on securing it to the, with all the, we're working on securing it to the node module. Okay, so preliminary, everything worked. Yes. So preliminary, you managed to secure the latch. Yes. Then just do 2 or 3 turns and install the latch in the MLM. All right, it's secured. Copy. Not completely, but it's holding. Do I need to reach you? Why? What? No, we're installing it on the side of the MLM module. So you have it installed from the side of the node module. Yes, we've got that. It's secured. And now we're moving on to the side of the MLM module.
After successfully completing all primary tasks for today, the duo have headed into their get-ahead task, and they are in their get-ahead task number 2, where they are installing a shortcut handrail between the Naoko module and the Raspbian module.
Press on. I'm going to tighten it a little bit. Why? I'm trying to be a little bit further from the cables. Okay, sounds good. Let's do it this way. And there is some wiggle room, so.
Now with views back of the external view of the International Space Station, we currently see the deployed Radiator on the Naoko module and the European robotic arm above it.
So you have the latch is installed a little bit closer to the handrails, right? Are they in the middle or not? Well, they are kind of in the middle. Do you want them closer? If you can, they're recommending that it's better to move them a little bit closer to the handrail, to the bracket, correction. So once you have them secured to the handrail, move them a little bit closer to the bracket. Can you do that?
Now with the new view, we see the duo, Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin, as they are currently on get-ahead task. Again, they have completed all of their primary tasks for today, and as they wait for the coolant to fill the radiator, the duo have moved on to get-ahead task. They are currently installing a handrail a shortcut handrail between the MLM or the multi-purpose laboratory module, also known as NAOCA, and the Rosviet node.
Well, maybe I can move a little bit here. Let me just move it with the wrench, and it's a joint that I can move. All right, it's moving. All right, I pushed it a little bit closer to 744. Should we tighten it in this position? Yes, and once you're done with that, if you get a chance, we would like to have your hacker cameras turned on. Sounds good.
Так, а вот этот телескопический механизм, он никак не фиксируется, он просто в таком виде остается?
So we just leave it as is, we do not secure it at all. Yes, we, you know, the securing is provided with the crank mechanisms in the area of the locks. Okay, and after you have tightened it, so it will become one of the three gap spanners here, or shortcut handrails. Okay. Yes, actually, you know, it is possible now to translate in this area for even 3 people, not for only for 2. Yeah, just three EVA operators now can work in this area. Well, we maybe should review this suggestion of yours and think about it. Now that we have 3 shortcut handrails here. I have tightened it to the hot stop from the MLM side. Copy.
You're currently seeing live views of the helmet cam number 16 of Sergei Prokopiev, EV1, or the extravehicular crew member number 1 in the Orland suit with the red stripe.
Camera, how you have installed this gap spanner or shortcut rail. Well, you know, there is not much light right now here. The sun is going down, so to say, but I will give it a try. I have secured it from the node side as well. And the... Yes, I can see that. I can see the wing nut here. Yes, it's along the hull here. Copy.
когда съемку у нас Дима сделает, если Сергей, а ты убирай ключ и переходи обратно. Скорость номер 1.
Okay, so Dmitry will do the imagery, and Sergey, you can translate back to the Handrail number 1 and take the wrench with you. Okay, copy, will do.
If you're just joining us, we're 2 hours and 15 minutes into Russian Spacewalk 58. You see live views of the helmet cam of Sergei Prokopyev.
Okay, so I have removed the
He is currently finished up the installation of a handrail.
And what about red? I had
Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin exited the Poise module at 10:47 a.m. Central Time. They translated over to the Nautical module, where they removed 2 restraints on the radiator, then successfully deployed the radiator. They then opened manual valves and began the flow of coolant into the radiator.
Yes, actually, ERCA and HECA.
The duo then translated over to the European robotic arm, where they installed 2 gap spanners. After the completion of the 2 gap spanners, the duo had completed all primary tasks for today and had moved on. They have now moved on into the get-ahead task. Their get-ahead task today is installation of 2 handrails.
Хеку включил на 4-м скафандре.
Okay, so on the spacesuit number 4, the HECA camera is on ON. Unintelligible.
кабель какой-то неприкаянный.
Unintelligible.
Шел,
Какой кабель?
What are you talking about, guys?
Разъем
About
электрический.
the electrical connector.
На УМе, на МЛМе?
You mean on node or on MLM?
Да, это на MLM, на MLM.
On MLM, actually, on the GA, on the pressurized
И он...
adapter. 20-something U?
ТК. ТК, понятно.
Oh, it is TK. Now I understand. Okay.
ТК. Это, видимо, курсовский
I
кабель.
guess it is probably a cable from the course system.
Прибандажировали временно.
So it was secured here temporarily
На поручне 45-33.
on the handrail 4533.
Принято.
Okay, copy.
Расфиксировал поручень номер 1.
I removed the handrail number 1.
Пойдем в сторону.
I removed my tether from that handrail. Now I'm moving towards
Мы пойдем в сторону плоскости номер 2.
plane number 4. No, plane number 2. That's the direction you should go to.
На МЛМе.
And it's an UMA and number 4 on MLM. Okay, number 2 on the node and number 4 on MLM.
Все просто.
Okay, yes, I understand.
Ну, по сути, это продолжим. Если вот, Сергей, ты будешь смотреть на
If, Sergey, you look towards MLM,
то налево.
so you will have to turn left.
То есть там, где твои ноги, да? Правильно? Да.
So that's where your feet now are now, right? Yes, that's correct. In that direction.
Там у вас два поручня.
There are 2 handrails there on MLM.
На УМе это 72-25. И также сразу
So there are
что лучше сдвигать к кронштейнам.
4530 on MLM and 7225 on UMA node module. And again, you should move it closer to the brackets. Okay, copy.
Это в сторону 24-го поручня, а на МЛМ это в сторону 71-го.
Okay, on it's towards the on node it is towards the handrail number 24, and on MLM it towards not very audible 71.
Вышел на 72-25.
Okay, I am at the handrail 7225. Copy.
На ум надо выходить.
Now I'll have to move towards the node module.
От иллюминатора
No.
72-25 это Сергей пришел.
7225. It's for Sergey and 4530.
Шаговой, и это тупик как раз, да.
Yes, unintelligible.
45-70 район, ближе к 45-71.
Okay, so 4570, it's close to 4571. Yes.
На картинке на 3D модели у нас тут с адаптером мешался, а тут разъем.
Yes, on the picture, it was something else than the connector is here. Maybe 45721, it will be closer to the bracket. You can try 45721. I think it will be much more convenient. I agree. Is everything secure there? Yes. Yes, I think I have moved a little bit too far. Yes, that's correct. You will have to move back a little bit. Copy.
Так, давай, готов.
Yes, I'm ready to take this thingy here. It's almost like a baton. Yes, baton. A torch.
Давай. Буду принимать.
Right, I can receive it now.
Так. Смотрим замок 7225, это мой.
Okay, so the lock 25 mine. Dmitry, could you please avoid touching the elements of this thruster and the other surfaces? Copy. I will do my best.
Можешь тогда подснять обстановку вокруг этих сопел?
Dima, can you take a video of the area and with the emphasis on the handrail status? Okay, will do.
If you're just joining us, you're seeing live mission coverage of the Russian Spacewalk 58.
Mechanism of the preliminary.
We're currently seeing views from a helmet cam of Sergei Prokopyev, EV-1, or extravehicular crew member 1. And right below him, in the red striped Orlan suit, we see Dmitry Petelin in the blue striped Orlan suit. This duo headed outside of the Poise module at 10:47 a.m. Central Time and began their translation over to the Naoka module. Once arrived at the Naoka module, the duo then began their first and start-off task, which was to remove two restraints from the radiator previously installed on Russian EVA or Spacewalk 56. Once the restraints were removed, the duo then successfully deployed the radiator, meaning they unfolded it to its full length. Once deployed, the duo then went over to the fluid coolant servicer, where they then began turning and opening up valves, manual valves. After valves were set to open, the duo stood around They hung out to make sure there were no leaks on the coolant loops. After completion of the hold period, the duo then translated over to the European robotic arm. There they installed 2 gap spanners. With the successful completion of the gap spanners, the duo then completed all primary tasks and then began to head into get-ahead task. The duo just completed the installation of the first handrail. This handrail is one of 2, and the duo are now installing the second handrail. These handrails connect the Naoka module and the RS node.
It doesn't want or wouldn't budge from the top. But if we move it like that, excellent. Yeah, so we have preliminarily secured it. Copy. Could you please move to the left a little bit? Where? To the left. So you're talking about, I'm talking about yourself. Okay. Right, I'm moving. Unintelligible.
Again, you see the duo installing the second of 2 handrails connecting the MLM or the Naoka module and the RS node or the Prishal module.
Very tight. Okay, 721, yes? Yes.
As they do this get-ahead test, they are also in the process of waiting for the coolant to fill the radiator.
Step spanner is installed. Take a rest. And afterwards you will continue taking steps as per your cyclogram, and the PET time now is 2 hours and 33 minutes, and you did these tasks just in 1 hour, so you were very fast. Sergey, maybe you haven't yet completed the tightening, right? Maybe I was, in a hurry to give you a go to move further. You are still tightening it. Yes, that's correct. Well, there is no hurry at all. We have plenty of time.
Дим, у тебя перед глазами плата с разъемами, и там 4 разъема отстыкованных есть. Это для интеграции ума их отстыковали.
Okay, so you have the plate with 4 connectors. Yes. Can you secure these 4 connectors with a wire tie and secure it to these 4 connectors to a handrail? Which one you are talking about? The ones that are kind of free? Yes, that's the ones that are free, floating, so to say. I understand. The problem is that they have caps on them, and they are installed. They are not their own caps. Of course, you know, it's not very easy to tie them up together. You know, maybe not the connectors itself, but the cables can be secured, you know. All right, maybe to the Handrail 4570 they can be secured and affixed. All right, I will think about it. I secured the handrail to 7225, the gap spanner to 7225. Okay. Copies of both handrails are installed on UMA. Now, Sergey, could you please take a video on your Glissa camera of the installed short handrail? Then you can take a breather after that and start moving towards the radiator to continue your EV operations.
If you're just joining us, we're doing live coverage of the Russian Spacewalk 58. You currently have views of outside the International Space Station, where Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin are finishing up a get-ahead task. They have installed and finishing installation of the second of 2 handrails. Before the installation of the handrails, the 2 and the get-ahead task, the beginning of the get-ahead task, the 2 completed all primary tasks for today.
So the equipment
the duo exited the Poise module at 10:47 a.m. Central Time, and then translated over to the Naoka module, where they removed 2 restraints from the previously installed radiator. They then had a successful deployment of the radiator, meaning they unfolded it to its full length. The duo then began to open coolant fluid servicer connectors. After the opening of these connectors, the duo then translated over to the European robotic arm, where they installed 2 gap spanners. That was the end of all primary tasks. The duo then again began their get-ahead tasks, where they were installing 2 handrails connecting the Naoka module to the pre-shawl module. This was all while the duo waited for the coolant to fill the radiator.
Now, regarding translating back to the MLM towards plane 1, what do you think? What works best? Is it better to move through the airlock, or is it better to take the same path through plane 3? The airlock? If we can secure ourselves on the ear adapter handrails, I don't see any issues with that. Yes, you are going to do that. Because we're right next to it. We're just going to have to jump over the adapter. And the handrails are there anyways.
Once the handrails are completely installed, the duo will then head back over to the radiator and check on the status of the coolant filling.
Сейчас, когда перейдем на первую плоскость, тут, Дим, ты уже практически...
And Dmitry, once you translate to plane 1,
то идем к концевому эффекту
you're
номер
almost
2.
there. Please proceed to end effector number 2. Era end effector number 2. Copy all. Thanks.
Ты сейчас тогда, Дим, не торопись.
Dmitry, do not rush. Sergey is still at the node module. Do not translate too far away from here.
Тенечек спрятался.
I'm just going to hide here in the shade.
Нет, да, тенечек. Это хорошо.
Because the sun is just scorching hot. I have secured everything, and the equipment tethers are stowed in the crew bag. I'm ready for translation. Sergey, unless you need a breather, you can go ahead and start translating. And how are you feeling now? Well, it feels warm. As July in Houston. Copy, understand. And the fingers feel quite hot.
Так, ладно, тогда дальше перемещаюсь. Давай.
I'll keep translating. Yes, please proceed. Copy all.
Тут здесь уже тесно становится.
Because there isn't much space here anymore.
Currently in a brief handover between satellites, we currently have balcony views inside the Russian Mission Control Center. We just left the duo after they had completed both get-ahead tasks, installing handrails in between the NAICA module and the pre-shawl module. And that was 2 handrails for 2 get-ahead tasks completed after they completed their primary task this morning. Duo now are both translating back over to the Radiator interface, where they'll check on the status of the cooling filling for the radiator.
We're back from a short LOS. We're doing just fine. I am now next to the base point 3. Copy. And I'm getting closer as well. I'm at the work site. Copy.
Сейчас тогда, Сергей, переходи на смешанный...
Sergey, you are go to switch to the mixed safety tether protocol and make sure to use the handrail loops for the handrails that are on error.
Перехожу.
Translating now. And also switching to the mixed tether protocol.
Фиксирую лебедку за поручень 4111.
And the reel will be attached to handrail 4111. Copy, black on black. Everything is aligned. Copy.
Постоянно длину держаю на свинарм.
6-length tether now is going to be attached to the swing arm. Copy. That's the base point right here. And I see a handle. Yes, we can see the handle as well. Well, actually, ERA-7 handrail is needed there not just for tethering, but it is an additional point of attachment for the end effector. Copy. So what works best here? I'm gonna push myself off of you. Go. Do you need me to push you? I'm gonna need you to hand it over to me later. All right. And also make sure that you avoid contact with any glass elements installed in ERA. Copy. Is it going to be your tether? Yes, the adjustable length tether. Are you ready? Yes, I am. Thank you. I'm now secured next to handrail number 6. Copy.
If you're just joining us, we're 3 hours into Russian Spacewalk 58. You currently see live views of Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Butelin outside of the Naoka module. Earlier today, the duo completed primary tasks, which included removal of restraints and deployment of the previously installed radiator. After deployment of the radiator, meaning it unfolded to its full length, the duo then began to open coolant fluid valves on the coolant fluid servicer pipeline. And once open, the duo then translated over to the European robotic arm, where they installed 2 gap spanners. These completed the primary task for today. The duo then moved over to get ahead task, where they installed 2 handrails in between the Naoka module and the Prishal module. The duo just completed the get ahead task And as they completed these tests, they were also in the process of waiting for the coolant to fill the radiator. The duo will then go back to the radiator where they will check the progress of the coolant filling.
Зафиксировал первый фал за шестой поручень. За кольцо шестого.
Tether 1 is now secured on the loop of handrail 6. Copy.
In correction, as the duo completed most of the tasks, they then moved on to those get-ahead tasks. They have now completed those get-ahead tasks and returned to finish the second of the 2 gap spanners on the European robotic arm. The duo made the decision to move to get-ahead tasks before installing the second gap spanner on the European robotic arm. After completion of this gap spanner, they will then move on to the radiator, checking the status of the coolant filling in the radiator.
And I'm now going to remove the slot. Copy. Slack removed. And the free end is now secured on handrail 6. So that's now completed. Copy.
Сергей, заснимешь со своей стороны, как ты установил поручень?
Sergey, please take photographs of the handrail on your side, just for the archival purposes. Copy.
Радиатор хорошо видно тоже.
Also, from this vantage point, I can see the radiator really well.
You're currently seeing a live view from helmet cam 22 of Dmitry Patelin as he is translating on the robotic arm, the European robotic arm.
Take photographs of the radiator.
Ребят, просьба отключить
Copy.
камеры Хеки минут на 10.
Also, please turn off your hackers for about 10 minutes. Copy.
Отключил. Эко. На 4-м скопе.
Inaudible.
Возвращаюсь.
Going back.
Переходи обратно к корпусу.
Yes, you are go to start translating back to the module, and also you can switch to the Russian chatter protocol now. Copy.
Я встречу с подам.
And the installation of the second gap spanner has been completed.
Thank you.
Дима, и ты можешь начинать движение в сторону...
Dmitry, you can start translating towards the USA, the active attachment system, and the interface. Copy all.
Так как мы будем работать с гидроразъемами уже.
And you're going to start operations with the fluid connectors, 8 and 9. So you're going to have to be on the opposite side, on the side of file 1. Copy.
Фиксирую лебедку за крылом бэк.
All right, securing to the crew lock bag. Station Moscow on space to ground 1 for Andrei. Station Moscow on space to ground 1 for Andrei.
Первый расположился в районе агрегата заправки.
EV1 is next to the
Сергей, тогда открывай клапан.
hydraulic loop. Okay, Sergey, now open the MLI flaps near KR1 and 2 manual valves and also on the coolant fluid surface pipeline, and please report on their status. Copy.
If you're just joining us, we're about 3 hours and 15 minutes into Russian Spacewalk 58. Russian cosmonauts Sergei Prokofiev and Dmitry Petelin exited the hatch today at 10:47 a.m. Central Time and translated over to the Naoko module, where they removed restraints and successfully deployed the radiator that was previously installed on Russian Spacewalk 56.
And please,
after a successful deployment, the duo began to open coolant valves on the coolant fluid servicer pipeline. These opening of these valves began the flow from the reservoir of coolant into the radiator. With an estimated 2-hour time span for that reservoir to fill the radiator, the duo then began to move on to other tasks. These tasks included adding gap spanners onto the European robotic arm, as well as 2 get-ahead tasks that installed 2 handrails between the Naoko module and the pre-shawl module. After completion of these tasks, the duo then translated back over to the radiator, where they are currently checking the fuel level. They are currently reporting no problems and a nominal filling of the hydraulic loops on the radiator.
We'll start on the next step. So please remove prep the KR1 and KR2 manual valves, and Dima, you will put the ratchet ring.
After the completion of the filling of the coolant, the duo will then close the valves that they opened earlier today, where it will finish off the deployment of the radiator for the NOCA module thermal control system.
So you would like to start with removing the screw locking device from KR1 first. You do it for KR1 and 2. So currently you just have to remove the safety wire first for now. We removed it for both. Copy.
Так, ключная щетка установлен.
And I have installed the ratchet wrench.
Соответствует положению.
And we have open for number 7 for fluid connector 7. We have it open. I am ready. That's Sergey. Sergey?
Закрывай клапан ручной КР.
Close a manual valve KR1.
Закрываю КР1.
Closing KR1.
Под 90 градусов.
At 90 degrees.
На 90 градусов до упора.
Yes, at 90 degrees till hard stop.
And you just previously heard MCCM give the go-ahead for fluid connector valves 7 and 6 to be open, and that's being done by Dmitry Patelin.
And now start opening fluid connector 1 GR1 7. Okay, number 7, here we come.
КР1 зафиксирован в закрытом положении.
And I have it secured in the position closed. Copy.
Приступил к открытию.
And I'm starting opening. So should be about 9 turns, right? Correct.
И пока ты ожидаешь,
Sergey, while you wait, you can turn off your hacker camera. Copy.
Хека работает.
спасибо.
Correction, on. In work, hackers on.
Так, есть.
All right. So number 7 fluid connector is completely open. Copy? And hurry up and do number 6 then. Copy?
Открываю.
Opening it. Copy. Station, Moscow, Space Ground 1 for Andrei. For unintelligible in MLM.
6 полностью открыт.
Connector, fluid connector 6 is completely open. Copy?
Приступай к открытию клапанов в районе.
So now start with opening of the valves in the area of the fluid service pipeline, 1 KL1 and 2 KL. In work.
And that was confirmation that the fluid connector valve number 6 has been completely opened.
Так, это здесь же рядышком, правильно должно быть?
Should be somewhere around here, right? Yes. Right near the connection point. The seam.
Так, вот клапаны открыл.
Right, I have the valves open.
Индикацию 1 КЛ.
And I'm standing by for 1 KL and 2 KL indication.
Клапан 1 КЛ.
Copy, and please close 1 KL valve. Oh, it's going to be 90 degrees till hard stop. Copy.
90 положение закрыть.
Открыть.
90 degrees in position closed. Okay, it's standing
1 КЛ.
perpendicular the line and the valve is closed. So could you please reboot your ERCA camera and turn on your HECA camera? Copy.
HECA включил.
HECA's on.
Currently seeing live views from HECA Cam 16 on EV1 or Sergei Prokopyev. He's wearing the Orleans suit with the red stripe.
You'll be for KR1 and KR2 are yours, and Dima, 1 KL and 2 KL is yours.
Пока да.
And 2 KL needs to stay open, right? Correct. KR1 is done.
Sergei removed locking wires from manual valves, and then he was given the go from MCCM, or Mission Control Moscow, to close one of the valves.
Right, I took pictures of the valves. Copy, thank you.
А Ерку ты перезапустил? Я как-то упустил немножко этот момент.
And have you rebooted your ERCA? I missed that. I did. I turned it off and turned it back on. The LED is illuminated. It's green. Copy, thank you.
Мы ожидаем. У нас общее время интеграции.
So let's stand by.
Будет около получаса.
It's going to take about half an hour to integrate the first loop. We're going to be issuing a number of commands to start the circulation. And in about 10 minutes, if we get a confirmation that the system works, you can take cover somewhere and take a break. And the external air panel, control panel, could you please remove it to its initial configuration? Turn it about 90 degrees. Will do. Unintelligible.
По часовой стрелке, наоборот, Дим, наоборот.
Dima, the other way. Turn it the other way, clockwise.
По-моему, наоборот надо, там, чтобы кабель не мешался, чтобы...
So that the cable is not in the way. So that air is like kind of looking at you. I'll give you a hand here.
Так тут нет, туда не получится. Тут
we won't be able to do that. The first, like,
Ну тогда, значит,
short valve, adjustable.
Ну там можно ворочаться, распутать, но это...
Well, you can untangle it.
Тогда не надо, да. Тогда, значит, правильно ты начал делать.
Yeah, we tied it pretty well there.
Ну вот так было, да.
That's how it was.
Все, спасибо. Ну все.
Okay, thank you.
Теперь ожидаем, да.
And let's stand by.
Radiator.
Copy.
3 hours and 32 minutes into Russian Spacewalk 58. We currently have live views outside of the International Space Station as Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin of Roscosmos both continue their work outside of the Naoko module. The duo is currently back at the fluid connector servicer pipeline, checking and opening valves and closing others to continue the process of coolant flowing into the radiator that had an estimated about 2-hour filling time, which the duo started earlier as they completed the deployment and opening of valves on the radiator. Currently in a handover between satellites. We're getting a live view inside the balcony, from the balcony camera inside the Russian Mission Control Center. After opening a manual valve number 6, the duo are hanging out beside the fluid connector to make sure there is no leaks. While we have no views, the duo will continue their work, and we will have audio. You'll hear a mix of Russian and English translation as they talk to Mission Control Moscow.
We have sent all the commands. Now we're standing by for 30 minutes for the circulation of coolant in the cooling loop. So watch that connector like 2 hawks and the valves, and from time to time check them before you resume your activity, and I will need a confirmation from you that everything is looking good prior to you continuing the working with the valves. Sounds good. And EVA time unintelligible. Talking over each other. KR1 valve. Is looking good, and USA OSP interface is also looking fine. And you've been outside for 3 hours, 36 minutes already, guys. Copy. Thank you.
If you're just joining us, you're seeing live views inside the Russian Mission Control Center as we have live coverage of Russian Spacewalk 58 at 10:47 a.m. Central Time. Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin headed outside of the Poise module. They then translated over to the NAECO module, where they began their primary task for the day. The duo removed 2 restraints that remained on the radiator that was previously installed on April 19th, Russian Spacewalk 56. Upon removal, they had a successful deployment of the radiator, meaning it unfolded to its full length. They then began to open coolant fluid servicer valves to open the reservoir for coolant to begin to flow into the radiator.
So please report on the condition of the valve.
After opening some of the valves, the duo then headed over to the European robotic arm, where they installed one of 2 gap spanners. After the gap spanner was installed successfully, they then moved on to get-ahead tasks, where they installed 2 handrails. These handrails connected the NAOCA module and the pre-shawl module. After these get-ahead tasks were completed, the duo then went back to the European robotic arm, where they installed the second gap spanner. Once that was completed, duo headed back to the radiator interface, where they began to open more fluid connector valves. The duo waited to see fluid coolant flow was nominal, and the radiator is continuing to fill.
Report what you have on your pulse and what you have on the valves. Okay, no leaks, everything is nominal, so KL1 is closed and KL2 is open, so no issues at all, everything is nominal and stable. And on the radiator panels are no signs of leaks or anything like that. Copy, Dmitry. Now, Dmitry, please position yourself near the fluid connectors 8 and 9. Also, use the ratchet wrench on the connector number 8. And when you are ready, you will work with the manual valve number 2, KR2. Okay, I'm positioning myself.
And you just heard reporting from the duo that everything from the manual valves 6 and 7 and the coolant flow was nominal, and they reported no leaks. They have now been given the go-ahead from MCCM, or Mission Control Moscow, to continue opening the manual valves, and they are on to open manual valve 8 and 9.
I am positioned near the valves 8 and 9. And the ratchet wrench is on valve number 8, and I'm ready to work. On your go. Stand by. Sergey? I'm here. Go ahead. I'm next to KR2 valve, and I'm ready to work with that one. Copy. Close KR2 manual valve. Sergey, copy and work.
After integrating hydraulic loop, coolant loop number 1, the duo are now moving on to hydraulic loop number 2.
KR2 manual valve is closed. Copy, Sergey, KR2 is closed. Dmitry, start opening the fluid connector number 8. Copy. Fluid connector number 8 opening is in work.
They are currently working on opening fluid connector valve number 8.
You know, I moved it, but it wouldn't budge. So I'm taking a picture. Sergey, I have a suggestion. So there is the gap spanner next to the manual valve. Maybe it can be moved a little bit farther so that it would not in the way of the valves, would not be in the way.
Может быть, я его сейчас вот на 41-46, и он тогда выйдет так, что он будет...
I can relocate it to the handrail 41-46, and it will be farther.
Этот мягкий поршень, он был проложен для того, чтобы обходить...
Then the next hook also can be relocated. You know, this gap spanner was installed to work with ERA.
Подумать, посмотреть, как бы его отвести от этих клапанов ручных.
So, could you please think what is the best way to put it away from the manual valves, KR1 and KR2? Of course, they need to be closed at all times, and nothing should be an obstacle to that. All right, so I have relocated one of the hooks. So now it's the distance to the gap spanner is about 15 centimeter, and it is on the locks.
You
know, maybe the hook that is next to you should be relocated upwards, you know, where towards the ERA panel, control panel. Well, maybe. Okay, Dmitry, have you opened the fluid connector number 8? Not to the hard stop yet. Copy. You know, I'm using the ratchet wrench, and it is not moving really very smoothly. Okay, copy that.
Using a ratchet wrench, we see Dmitry Patelin opening the manual valve for fluid connector 8.
Суп Москвы для Сергея.
Station Moscow for Sergey. Go ahead.
Сергей, как у тебя там тепловое состояние?
Sergey, how are you feeling, you know, inside your spacesuit? I mean, so are you cold or not? You know, I started working and it became much warmer, but before that it was quite cool. You know, sometimes when we set up a temperature, you know, it's not working as we would like to. Now, let us reboot the ISTR system, okay? So put the switch in the middle position, deactivate the ISTR system, and then reactivate it. Okay, Dmitry, are you done with the connector number 8? Yes, it is open now. What about number 9? Should I open it? Yes, please, as fast as you can, open this fluid connector number 9. Okay, copy Moscow in work. Yes, I have restarted ISR thermal system. This is Sergey.
Показывает то, что надо.
Okay, so right now it shows what is required. Could you please monitor your...
We have confirmation that fluid connector valve 8 is open, and Dmitry Patelin has moved on to opening fluid connector valve number 9.
When you feel too warm, then change it, the switch again. All right.
В крайнем случае,
You know, if in worst case scenario,
Сергей, да?
you will use your manual controls. And you remember, Sergey, yes, about the pump? Yes, I do. All right. Thank you, Sergey.
Спасибо.
Thank you, Moscow.
Сергей, и можешь, пожалуйста, на глиссер заснять положение...
Sergey, could you please take a picture using the Glisser camera of the valve configuration and also the new position of the gap spanner, the one that you relocated? Okay, will do.
9 открыт.
Number 9 fluid connector is open. This is Dmitry. Copy, Dmitry.
Принято, спасибо.
Thank you so much.
And we have confirmation that fluid connector number 9 is now open.
Точно, Дмитрий.
Dmitry, how do you copy?
Я на связи.
Yes, I copy you.
9 раз.
All right, so switch fluid connector 9 is open. Do you confirm that? Yes, I do.
Принято. Открываем клапан FT около
All right.
клапана ручного 2КЛ.
Could you please open MLI flame near the manual valve 2KL?
Здесь уже открыт.
Well, actually, it is open already, this MLI flap. Okay?
Открываем клапан ручной 2КЛ.
Then close 2KL manual valve, Dmitry.
Принято.
Copy, in work.
Ручной клапан.
Manual valve 2KL. Copy.
After successfully opening fluid connector valves 8 and 9, Dmitry Patelin is now going to open the multi-layered insulation to show the manual valve number 2, and he is going to close that valve.
KL manual valve is closed on the radiator bypass line. Thank you so much.
And that is manual valve of the radiator bypass line number 2, and it is now closed.
Copy in work.
Заснято.
I'm done with the imagery recording. Copy.
Артем, тут вот мягкий поручень,
Artyom, there is a gap spanner between
поручни, которые радиальные,
Red-
4126 и 4107.
the handrails 4126 and 4107 below ERA control panel. So I moved it a bit off the radiator, so that will be easier to translate. Okay, copy. Station Moscow, space to ground 1 for Andrei regarding MLM electron. Station Moscow on Space Ground 1 for Andrei regarding electron in MLM.
Currently seeing a live view from the HECA helmet cam number 16, which belongs to Sergei Prokopyev. Duo are currently in a rest period before they continue working.
Андрей, если ты слышишь нас в СБ-2...
Andrei, if you can hear us on Space to Ground 2, could you please go to Space to Ground 1 and call us? Station Moscow on Space to Ground 1 for Andrei regarding MLM electron system.
Four hours and 2 minutes into the Russian Spacewalk 58. Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin ventured outside of the Poise module to begin their work at 10:47 a.m. Central Time.
Inside this spacesuit. Well,
They then translated over to the NAECO module, where they began their tasks for the day.
Well, you can put it
Initial
on
task
Mark
being
II,
the removal of
make
two
it
restraints
cooler,
to
a
be able to
little bit.
deploy the radiator.
Well, actually, right now there is eclipse, and I'm fine. When
Then
it
the
is
deployment, a successful deployment of the radiator,
getting much warmer, so I will
following
do this,
the opening of coolant fluid servicer
no,
fluid
you don't
connectors.
have to be so much warmer, but now I can bear it right now. Well, you don't have to. You don't have to. You have to be comfortable, Dmitry.
After
Okay.
the opening of these coolant fluid connectors, the duo then began to translate over to the European European robotic arm, where they installed one of two gap spanners. After the installation of the gap spanner, the duo, while waiting for the filling of the coolant into the radiator, the duo then began some get-ahead tasks. These get-ahead tasks included installing two handrails. These handrails connected the NAECO module to the pre-shawl module. After the completion of the get-ahead task, the duo then went back to the original timeline, where they began to install the second of the two gap spanners on the European robotic arm.
On Space to Ground 2 for Andrei. Andrei, call us on Space to
The
Ground
duo
1.
then began to translate back to the radiator, where they began to open fluid connector valves 6 and 7, and then 8 and 9, while closing off
Go ahead on Space to Ground 2, Moscow.
two radiator hydraulic loops, needed to integrate the NAECO module thermal control system.
Okay. Okay. Stand by 1. Moscow station on Space to Ground 1. Moscow station on space to ground 1. Go ahead on space to ground 1. Andrei, how do you copy me? This is Nikolai. Yes, I copy you loud and clear. Andrei, a request, could you please stay on space to ground 1 because the guys are really moving ahead very fast. So the whole EVA probably will be completed much earlier, so you will have to return all the systems to the initial configuration also in advance. Could you please now inspect COV in MLM and tell us how much water is in it? Stand by 1, and could you please report it to us? Okay, we're standing by. Moscow station on space to ground 1. Go ahead, Andrei.
And you just heard a conversation a little earlier from MCCM, or Mission Control Moscow, to the duo outside the Naoka module, Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin. They confirmed that the integration of the coolant filled radiator hydraulic loops into the Naoka module and their its thermal system has been completed. With this completion, the duo have completed all of their tasks, and we heard that the duo will end this spacewalk earlier than expected. We will wait for the duo to head back towards the hoist module to ingress the hatch, and that will conclude the spacewalk for today.
That's another request about. Okay, so what should I do? But there is the new one is on board. Will you be able to open it? Unintelligible. Okay, Andrei, in a couple of minutes I will call you again because right now the guys need the loop for their conversation. Okay? Dmitry, Moscow, go ahead.
Мы приступаем к осмотру.
Start inspecting the manual valves. Once again, report their station status, and also the manual valve of the servicer and the connector. So could you please report on the status of the whole complex of the valves and connectors and provide a report? Copy. I will start with the valves. 2KL are closed. No signs at all of leaks or anything like that. The interface USA also is clean. Copy. No leaks at all. Copy. Okay, so close MLI flaps. Okay, you give me a go to close MLI flaps.
Клапана-ручные КР-1, КР-2 и КР в составе агрегата заправочного.
Okay, so I'm talking about the flaps of KR1, KR2, and so KR1 and KR2 are closed. No issues at all with them. Copy. Close MLI flaps in KR1 and KR2
Now, with the
area.
successful integration of the hydraulic loops into the thermal control system for the NEOCA module, the duo are beginning to do cleanup tasks, and we are expected to end the spacewalk a little early.
Copy. And now go ahead and close the manual valve, the car air valve, in the coolant fluid servicer. Put it to 180 degrees position, close it, and please take photographs. Please do not sign off for now. Andrei, copy.
Закрываю клапан.
Closing the valve on the coolant fluid servicer. It is in 180 degrees position now.
Принято.
Copy.
Фотографирование.
And your go for taking photographs now. Station Moscow on Space Ground 1 for Andrei. Go ahead, this is Andrei. Andrei, you are go to reconfigure ISS systems to pre-EVA and you are go to remove the air ducts, close the valves. Yes, please close all of the valves. Do not close the KL3 valve. Copy. GA3 should not be closed. Andrei, your go. And please report completion when you're done. Copy. Thanks.
Артем, закрыты.
Artyom,
Закрыты FT. Клапане. Заправно.
MLI flaps are closed. Copy. Simultaneous common Space Ground 1 and Space Ground 2. Please stand by for the command now. This is Andrei on Space Ground 1. Andrei, please tell Frank that we are 1 hour ahead of the timeline, so he's going to have to start early doing his part. Just make sure that he is prepared for that. Yes, actually we talked about it, so he's aware. He's just basically waiting for your go. All right, so we'll be standing by for your report then, Andrei. Copy all.
Работы выполнены. Проверки проведены, и они успешны.
All of the activities have been completed. Checkouts completed successfully. Great news.
Да, вы большие молодцы. Теперь по вашей готовности можно...
Yes, Great job, guys. And if you're ready, you can start moving towards the airlock. Strela translation first and moving on from there. Copy.
Я уже практически на стреле.
I'm basically on the Strela boom now, so I'll start translating.
And the duo have completed cleanup tasks. They are now given the go from MCM to translate or move back towards the airlock.
Also, once you're next to the EV hatch, make sure that you do a careful inspection of your oil suits because you did pass next to the thrusters, so please be careful while doing checkouts. And also, my recommendation is, regardless of whether we are US or LOS, wipe your gloves. Agree.
You currently see Sergei Prokopyev, cosmonaut, in the Orlan suit with the red stripe, and Dmitry Patelin, cosmonaut, in the Orlan suit with the blue stripe, translating to the Strela. Again, that's that Russian crane that the duo will use to translate or move from the Neoka module back to the Poise module, where they will begin to ingress the airlock. While the duo begins to get connected to the Strela, we'll go over a couple of the milestones that were completed today. Russian cosmonauts Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Patelin left the Poise module and airlock at 10:47 a.m. Central Time and began their work as they translated over to the Neoka module. Once at the Neoka module, the duo then began to release restraints for the previously installed radiator. Once the restraints were removed, they successfully deployed the radiator, meaning they unfolded it to its full length. Once deployed, the duo then began to open coolant loop manual valves and connect and turn open fluid connector valves. After some valves were opened, the duo then translated over to the European robotic arm, where they installed gap spanners. Once installed, the duo headed into some get-ahead tasks as they awaited the filling of the coolant into the radiator. These get-ahead tasks included installing 2 handrails that attached the Naoka module to the pre-shawl module.
I'm now on the translation ring also.
Once get-ahead tasks were completed, the duo then began to go back to the normal timeline where they installed the second of 2 gap spanners on the European robotic arm. Once that was complete, the duo then translated back over to the radiator interface and began to close off loops, the hydraulic loops, making sure that fluid connector valves were open and fluid was flowing properly to integrate the coolant into the thermal control system for the Naoka module. Once completed, the duo just finished up some cleanup tasks, and they are now translating on the Australia back to the Poise module, where they will ingress and end today's spacewalk. The duo Prokopiev and Patelin worked efficiently and quickly, and they were ahead of their timeline, ending a probable 1 hour earlier than expected.
I'm going to go down underneath the Strelabum. I'm above you. All right. Go on. All right, the final destination is near. It is tethered. Copy. Are you going to go first? It doesn't matter. I'm going to keep moving.
подать? Давай.
Yes, you can give it to me.
Сергей, а ты случайно не открыл
Sergey,
замок у нас на такелажном узле мобильного звена?
inaudible. Did you open inaudible on the grapple fixture?
Замок.
Did you say a latch?
Вот за
Lock.
ты рукой держишься правой. Вот там
You're
будто бы движение было.
holding on to it with your right hand, and you did a motion that could potentially open this latch. No, that's not the case. Absolutely no.
Не, он не шевелится, он фиксирован.
No, it is all locked. Please lift it up. Is it in the intermediate position? Yes, it is. Please make sure it is in the closed position.
Вот закрыл.
It is closed or locked.
Принято, спасибо.
Copy, thanks. Station Moscow on Space Ground 1 for Handrail for Part 2.
Все, Дима, освободил, да?
Did you release it, Dmitry? Yes, it is released, so you're go to proceed.
Ребят, ну размещайтесь вокруг выходного люка.
Go ahead and position yourselves near the EV hatch and start.
And back at the Poise module, we do have a HECA camera view from Dmitry Patelin as he begins his ingress. Now off the Strela and attached to the Poise module as well is Sergei Prokopyev.
For ISS Systems Reconfig Part 2.
We'll see the duo begin ingress here shortly. And we have a handover between our satellites. We will hear the duo as they ingress the Poise module and airlock.
Так, ну хорошо, мы расположились.
Well, we are in position. Copy, and we are back from a short LOS. You're going to start the suit inspection.
Стороны, руки, ноги, голову, ранец, спинку.
Both feet, arms, hands, backpack, the helmet, everything should be inspected.
Подошвы тут многое повидали.
The boot soles have seen a lot. They have tried many paths. Anyways, what towels are we going to use? Is that the towel that's inside the cooler bag? Yes. Moscow Station on Space Ground 1. So let me retrieve it anyways. Okay. I'm ready to close the hatches and set up the backup airlock. Yes, you're going to start. Is Frank ready for MLM ops? Well, if we start now, then I'm just going to let him know and call him. Yes, we're starting now. Please call Frank, and we're going to do Space to Ground 1 comm check and close the hatches because the EV crew is already inspecting their suits, and they're ready to come back in. All right, sounds good. We'll put it in work now. Thanks. Inaudible. Well, inaudible. All right.
Before heading back inside of the airlock, the duo are performing visual inspections of their Orlan spacesuits, as well as auditing their tools that were used today. Once this is complete, we'll see Sergei Prokofiev and Dmitry Petelin head inside and ingress the Poise airlock.
Well, these towels are no longer white. They used to be white. They're gray now. Copy.
Это вы одним полотенцем все вытерли?
Did you use one towel to wipe everything, or did you use two? One towel. Just one. There wasn't much to wipe. We're just wiping the hands, that's all. And there were some narrow passages. EV crew? Yes, go ahead.
Вам одного полотенца достаточно этого будет, или надо еще второе?
Is one towel sufficient, or do you need another towel? One is enough. Dmitry's suit is clean.
Тогда смотрите, план какой. Вот к этому полотенцу
So, here's what we're going to do. Go ahead and wire tie the towels, the old towels, to this towel that you just used. And it's going to be one single bundle that you'll jettison in the same direction that you used during the previous EVA, which is 30 degrees pitch. And the rest of the parameters are the same. Copy. Are we going to bundle up all of the towels? Because there is one underneath the hatch, and there is one more near the port. Yes, go ahead and bundle up and jettison all the towels. Copy, jettison all the towels. And there's some kind of a mark or something on the head, but that's fine. And if necessary, you can use the other towels that we have. No, I don't think that's going to be necessary. It's all nominal. We're just nitpicking. Copy. It's right under you, underneath the hatch. There is the bundle with the towels right there. Frank, go ahead on Space to Ground 1. How do you read me on Space to Ground 1, Frank? Loud and clear. Excellent. Your go to close the hatches.
Can we?
Station Moscow on Space to Ground 1 for Andrei.
We saw the duo using a hand towel to wipe off their Orlan suits before ingress. This hand towel will be jettisoned or released by the astronauts during the spacewalk. Again, we're looking for them to ingress the Poise module just here shortly. The official end of the spacewalk will be concluded once the hatch is closed. Unlike a U.S. spacewalk, the Russian end and beginning is marked when the cosmonauts open the hatch.
Be careful. Let's do it one by one. No, that's fine. Okay, I'm holding it.
Не очень устойчивая связь была.
We had intermittent comm. Please repeat your last. We're bundling up the towels now. Copy. There's a lot of dust from them.
И после того, как соберете все в одну укладку,
And once you bundle it all up into a single bundle, please jettison on MCC Moscow Go. Copy.
And as you just heard, the duo is currently bundling today's used towel with some previously used towels, and they will jettison the bundle.
И чем она будет размашистее, тем она быстрее до Земли долетит.
Oh, I guess the bigger it is, the sooner it reaches the Earth.
главное, чтобы в процессе отталкивания они не разошлись.
Well, make sure they do not all fly away and separate during the jettisoning operations.
Так, еще. А, сверху.
And one more time. Yes, on top.
Где-то здесь было.
It was somewhere here.
Здесь.
Here.
Под стрелой.
Right under the Strela.
Так, ну что, пойдем туда на пост.
Oh,
Оттуда кидать и будем.
should we get in a position and jettison it from there?
А, ну давай.
Give me a second.
Оттуда кидать и будешь. Давай.
Oh, that's where you want to jettison it from? Then, yeah. Go move up there.
Four hours and 45 minutes into Russian Spacewalk 58. The duo is currently back at the Poise module, where they will ingress shortly. But before they do, they are going to jettison a bundle of used hand towels. Once jettisoned, the duo will ingress the Poise airlock, close the hatch, and end today's spacewalk.
собрал укладочку.
All right, I have the bundle put together. Copy.
От земли против движения.
So,
Да.
away
А пока еще ждем.
from
Пока еще ждем.
the Earth and then
Вектор, да,
against the movement of the ISS. Yes, you're going to be using your vector,
в сторону,
and to the right,
наоборот, по тангажу, 30 градусов вверх.
so 30 degrees roll for pitch.
Принято, да. Выбрал
30 degrees for pitch. Okay, I selected the position, and once you select the position, stand by for our confirmation. Copy.
Хочешь лекарь стать? Нет, не хочу. Я сейчас...
Let me move a little bit.
С той стороны.
Сергей, можно...
And maybe I can adjust the bags.
Дмитрий будет отталкивать
And
эту укладку.
Sergey, you can turn the camera on and record
Уже батарейка села.
how Dmitry jettisons the bundle. Well, my battery is out.
Да, Дим, ну тогда ты свой включай, Глиссер.
Then, Dima,
Он работает.
turn your glisser on. The glisser is on, away from MLM. And just a request, guys, we are not seeing any video from Dima's helmet cameras.
Мы свои нашлемные камеры могли наблюдать.
Could you please check so that we could see the jettisoning process? Yeah, give me a second.
Так, вот развернулся в сторону отталкивания.
All right. Sergey, I turned in the direction of the, Dima, I turned in the direction of the jettisoning, and now take aim. All right, I have the safety tether.
Игра в космические снежки.
It's like throwing space snowballs.
Так, приготовился.
Ready?
Принято и по готовности с докладом отталкивай.
And on
Да, хорошо.
when you are ready, you can jettison it. Copy?
Сильно не старайся бросать. Ага, толкнуть.
Well, don't strain yourself too much over it. Just
Готов. Отталкивай.
send it away. I am ready to jettison. Go ahead.
And the bundle has been jettisoned.
And off it goes. To the right, yaw, and up, away from the Earth. For pitch. Copy. Thank you.
Так, ну все, перемещаюсь.
All right. Translating.
Now that the bundle has been jettisoned, Dmitry Patelin is translating back to the airlock of the Poise module.
Well, let's do the inventory then.
Хорошо. Готов.
Sounds good.
Сначала начнем с укладки крылок.
So, let's start with the crew lock bag contents.
Укладка на месте, на тебе
Okay,
зафиксирована.
it should be secured to you. It is.
Тогда сначала с первого крыло.
Now, crew lock bag.
Рукоятка для раскрытия.
So you have the handle. It is in place. Pliers are accounted for. So area attachment handle is also in place. Copy. And the reel is also secured to the crew lock bag. And for crew lock bag 2, we have 2 transport tethers.
The duo back at the airlock are now taking inventory from their tool bag.
And also the reel, right? Hold on. And then the 2 bracing rods. And you see the RS7 handrail that you didn't choose as well. Correct.
Принято, соответственно, эта укладка закончена. Теперь укладка КПУ.
Okay, that's done. I see that you're looking at the crew tool caddy, KPU. You did not have to use it. No, we did not. But we see another handle, the kit with tools, connected tools. So the cutters, the screwdriver, and the hammer are all there. Correct. Additional handle, connectors, wire cutters. Copy. Pliers, or crimping tool, metal cutters, the screwdriver, and the hammer. Then, let's do the OTAs. So you have OTA swing arm, tool caddy is inside, the wing nuts and the ratchet wrench are all there, and the glisser is also in place. It is. And 3 small reds to secure the equipment. Large, small, and the adjustable. All accounted for. And the extender.
Дмитрий, давай с тобой.
Да, Дмитрий, перехожу на СГ-2.
And Dmitry, let's do yours. Ready? OTA, swing arm, tool caddy, trash bag, all in place? Yes. All of it is secured. And the extension for the reel accounted for. Copy. Glisser and the ratchet wrench and the cutters, all there. Copy. So you didn't have to use the cutters, did you, during the AVA? No, we didn't, but it wasn't, we didn't see the need, but it wasn't too heavy to carry. Unintelligible. Okay. All 3 items accounted for. Tethers, large, small, and the adjustable are all secured to me. Great. So now, Sergey, you can proceed ingressing the MRM hatch. Sergey, you'll be first. Copy.
Now, with inventory complete, the duo have given the go-ahead to start ingressing the hatch. And we just heard that Sergei Prokopyev will be first to ingress.
Зафиксировался внутри.
And secured.
And from Hecacam 16, you can see that Sergei Prokopyev is now back inside the Poise module.
Now let me secure myself all over there. Yes, give me a second.
Now from Dmitry Patelin's Hecacam, we can now see him starting his ingress inside of the Poise module. We just saw Sergei Prokopyev move his safety tether to another area, so Dmitry would have room to ingress.
And I'm beginning to ingress. All right, the second one as well.
EV2, Dmitry Patelin, is now also inside the Poise module.
All right, prep the hatch ring, and you can turn off the sublimators. Well, you can actually turn off the sublimators now and install the protective ring and do the protective ring during the dry out. Do we need to deactivate the air conditioning STR system or thermal regulation system? Okay, I have it off. Then, when you turn off the sublimators, heat-cold handle on the PGPU pneumatic control panel should be in position for dry out, and then you can turn off the thermal regulation and control system. Okay, and I see the message, dry out, copy. And for EV2 is the same. The countdown for the dry out has started. Copy. So hot cold handle can be in position 3. All right, position 3. And the thermal control system is off for me as well. And the handle is in position 3. And once you are ready, you can start working with the protective ring. Okay, and after you remove the protective ring, you can turn off your helmet cameras. Okay, once you remove it, right? Yes, once you remove the protective ring. The protective ring has been stowed. And you have a go to turn off your helmet cameras.
After removing the protective ring, the duo has now turned off their HECA or helmet cams.
It doesn't have its LED illuminated, so it's probably shut down quite quickly.
We'll have to listen in to see when they call for the official close of the hatch.
So
Orlan lights, if you want some light, can be used. Understood. But it's not that bad. And for now, while the sublimators are drying out, let's look at the flange, the rubber seals for the EV hatch. All right. Just inspect them. Will do. The flange is clear. Copy. And the rubber seals? The rubber seals are fine on my side. All right. There is a little bit of dust, but not bad. Nothing of critical importance, not more than usual.
У нас через 4 минуты ожидается перерыв связи.
We're going to go LOS in 4 minutes for about 4 or 5 minutes. So if you are done with dry out by then, stand by for the comm to come back, and we will on our go proceed with the hatch closure.
То есть резиновые уплотнители вполне
So the rubber seals are in acceptable state. Everything's nominal. Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary, just a little bit of dust.
Five hours and 8 minutes into Russian Spacewalk 58, we do have Dmitry Petelin and Sergei Prokopyev back inside the Poise module, and we are waiting to hear when they have closed the hatch, which officially ends today's spacewalk. The duo did complete all tasks that were outlined for them at the start of today's spacewalk. This included the deployment of the previously installed radiator, as well as opening the coolant valves and successfully integrating the hydraulic loops into the thermal control system on the Naoka module. The duo also got some get-ahead tasks completed. They installed 2 handrails that connected the Naoka module as well as to the Prishal module. And they installed 2 gap spanners onto the European robotic arm. Now back inside, we are now just waiting on that hatch closure.
Артем, на связи?
Artyom, are you with us? I am. And we're going to come AOS and have stable comm in just a few seconds. Dry out is complete for EV1 and dry out is complete for EV2. Copy.
Ребят, как меня слышно? Это в канале УКВ.
Station Moscow on VHF channel. Guys, how do you copy me? We copy you loud and clear on VHF.
Как меня слышно?
How do you copy Artyom? Copy loud and clear. And yes, on VHF with a lot of interference, but yeah, right now. Yeah, so we are using VHF to overlap our gap in COM. So what about the second spacesuit? The dry out is complete on both spacesuits. So you can start closing the hatch. Unintelligible. I am closing. Copy. So this hatch tool, copy. It is in the work position right now, copy. I'm rotating the hatch tool in the position closed, and the rollers go into the niches. Okay, so the EVA hatch is closed. Copy. Congratulations, guys. So we have completed this series of EVA. So this was the last radiator activity EVA. So the EVA time is 5 hours, 14 minutes, just 3 seconds short of 15. And you are great, guys. So you demonstrated the excellent work. So I'm going to give the floor to Dima for completion of your EVA today, and tomorrow we will have a debrief and we will talk to you again. Thank you so much. Our congratulations to you on the ground. Thank you for all your support. Thank you so much, and talk to you tomorrow. Goodbye. And have a successful repress. Okay, thank you.
Sergey, Dmitry.
Sergey, Dmitry, this is Dmitry. I will support your repress. How do you copy?
And we have confirmation of hatch closure at 4:01 p.m. Central Time. And that was elapsed time for Spacewalk of 5 hours and 14 minutes.
Yes, Dmitry, I'm here. This is Andrei. Dima,
Фрагмент
Get cue card 10 ready. Step 4.
миллиметров из ПХО.
So the repress of MRM2 to 160 millimeters from PHO. So everything is where it should be. So we can start. No, the correction, it is 260 millimeters repressed. So we can start on your go. Step number 4. Okay. Step 4. Inaudible closed. Andrei, PHO hatches are closed. That's what Andrei reported. Okay, copy. Then we are sending command to the covered valve, and it will be repressed to 160 millimeters.
Again, if you're just tuning in, just a few minutes ago, we had the hatch closure concluding today's spacewalk at 4:01 p.m. Central Time, and we had an elapsed time of the EVA of 5 hours and 14 minutes.
We are closing.
30 миллиметров давление в шлюзе давать и по УДСК давление.
Could you please report the УДСК pressure gauge readings? 033 is on the УДСК.
Хорошо.
Okay, sounds good.
Принято.
Now it is 80.
Давление
120. And what is the MV pressure?
$150.
150 millimeters.
Хорошо, а скафандр?
Copy. And what about the spacesuits?
018.
018 and 016 respectively. Copy.
Также, ребят, не забывайте использовать вальсальву, продувать.
Guys, don't forget to use Valsalva and do the purge. Don't forget about it. Okay, copy.
Давление 200.
The pressure reading is 200.
Принято.
Copy.
$220.
220.
Принято.
Copy. Sounds good.
Перепад 006.
The delta pressure is 006. Copy.
260. Нужно будет закрывать КВД по ХОИСу.
So when it reaches 260 millimeters, you will have to close KVD SU valve. HOSO. Okay, copy.
240.
240. 240.
With the completion of today's spacewalk, we'll give you a little bit of statistics here from the International Space Station. Today was the 263rd spacewalk in support of ISS assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. It was the 6th spacewalk out of the ISS this year. It was the 4th spacewalk during Expedition 69, totaling 40. This was the 6th spacewalk of Prokopiev's career, giving him a total of 42 hours and 16 minutes of spacewalking time. This was the 4th spacewalk for Patelin's career, giving him a total of 26 hours and 45 minutes. Today's spacewalk, again, was completed after 5 hours and 14 minutes outside of the International Space Station.
It is going to 260, very close. Copy. We are closing.
Again, this was completing today's spacewalk gave us a total of 101,671 hours and 49 minutes outside of the International Space Station in the assembly, maintenance, and upgrades for the International Space Station, which is the equivalent of 59 days, 16 hours, and 49 minutes of spacewalking time.
КВД is closed. The stabilization period has started. Copy.
Again, today's spacewalk began at 10:47 a.m. Central Time. The duo was able to complete all tasks on their list, including the removal of restraints to deploy successfully the radiator that was previously installed. After successfully deploying the radiator, the duo was able to successfully integrate the hydraulic loops into the thermal control system for the Naoka module. After doing deployment, the duo were also able to complete 2 gap spinner installs on the European robotic arm. After completing these tasks, the duo also went on to do a get-ahead task where they completed the installation of 2 handrails. These handrails were installed between the Naoka module and the Prishal module. Again, today's spacewalk was completed after 5 hours and 14 minutes outside. Now with the Russian duo, ISS Commander Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Patelin back inside the Poise module, and the repress is underway. We will conclude our coverage here today. Again, this is Mission Control Houston.
phase recorder has been a big benefit to us in passing some of the time away in our transit out to the moon. The crew of Apollo 13, wishing everybody there a nice evening, and we're just about ready to close out our inspection of Aquarius and get back for a pleasant evening at Odyssey. Good night.
It was plagued by bad omens and bad luck from the very beginning.
13, we've got one more item for you when you get a chance. We'd like it to stir up your cryo tanks.
It never really converged to the point where you felt you really had total control of what was going on.
Okay, stand by.
About the time you'd turn the corner, something new'd show up.
Okay, Houston, we've had a problem here.
By the time we came on duty, we were well aware that we had a big problem on our hands.
Can say again, please.
It was life-threatening.
Houston, we've had a problem.
It was not about landing on the moon in the right place. It was about survival.
The main beam was wonderful.
Stand by, 13, we're looking at it.
Saturn V building up to 7.6 million pounds of thrust, and it has cleared the tower.
This is Mission Control Houston. We appear to have a good first stage at this point.
Here we go. Okay, fat up. We're go flight. Looks good here. Guys, that's good flight. Okay, Econ, GNC. Looks good flight. Looks good flight. Okay, sir. Looks fine.
The crew was Jim Lovell was the commander. Jack Schweigert was the command module pilot. Jim I had worked with as a backup crew on Apollo 8. When he flew Apollo 8, I was the backup lunar module pilot on that mission. And then we worked, obviously, as a backup crew for Apollo 11. I backed up Buzz Aldrin on that mission. Jack Schweigert, because of a measles threat, replaced Ken Mattingly 2.5 days before launch. So that was something that never happened before or since, I don't think, on a mission.
Flight Dynamics Officer says the trajectory looks good. We show 1/2 mile in altitude at this time.
We had 4 teams in mission control. We did this from a standpoint of easing the shifting schedule, being able to train for very specialized events during the course of the mission. And then one of us always designated as sort of a lead. And basically the objective of the lead was to address any crises that come up to get your team off the console, and the remaining 3 teams would continue 24/7 support for the mission, as well as picking up a lot of the actions related to the getting the crew back home. I happened to be on console at that time, and we're just right at the very end of our shift. We were preparing for crew sleep period, and one of the last things you do is take a look at the cryogenics and see if you need to stir them up, make them uniform. So you got equalized pressures going into life support system and the fuel cells.
We've got one more item for you when you get a chance. We'd like it to stir up your cryo tanks. In addition, I have shaft and trunnion. Okay. For a look at the Comet Bennett if you need it. Stand by. Okay, Houston, we've had a problem here. Can say again, please. Houston, we've had a problem.
Glenn was coming on with his team at that time, reading the log, preparing for handover.
By the time we got to handover, we knew full well that we had to take care of this thing in terms of an emergency. We were handling something that we knew was out of control. And in this case, every team that came on was dealing with a major set of problems.
I assume you've called in your backup econs? Flight, say again? Have you called in your backup beacons now? See if we can get some more brain power in this thing? We got one here. Roger.
We had this loud bang, which kind of reverberated with a little echo, because the vehicles we're in were metal vehicles, and it was kind of like you're in a big barrel and they hit on the side with a sledgehammer kind of sound. In the tunnel area, some of the metal was actually crinkling, kind of like you take a Coke can and squeeze it, a little crinkling. So the two vehicles were moving, not together, but a little asymmetric, I think, in roll, and that was causing that stress in the tunnel area.
I went down into the command module and saw that we had lost 2 of our 3 fuel cells, that they develop oxygen. I then looked out the window and saw escaping at a high rate of speed a gaseous oxygen, and it turned out that that oxygen that I was examining was from the second tank, because the explosion occurred on the damaged tank, but that also ruptured the second tank. The first tank just blew the entire side of the spacecraft off.
Here is a bulletin from ABC News. The Apollo 13 spacecraft has had a serious power supply malfunction that could cause the lunar landing mission to be terminated early.
At the moment, the astronauts are continuing to try to isolate their trouble. A late report says the spacecraft now is operating on battery power alone. All unnecessary equipment is being turned off.
Oh, within a couple of minutes, when I got to my position, from looking at the instrument panel, 2 meters had the needles on oxygen tank 2 in the bottom, and they were fed by different sensors, which are unlikely to fail at the same time. So I knew we lost tank 2. Without looking at mission rules, I knew that was an abort.
Here in mission control, we're now looking towards an alternate mission, swinging around the moon and using the lunar module power systems.
Although we spent lots and lots of time thinking through all the mission rules, when it really happens, like in this case, we didn't have to open any books to tell us what we had to deal with.
Tell me you from flight. Go ahead, flight. I want you to get some guys figuring out minimum power in the LEM to sustain life.
Since the cryo-oxygen tank blew up, it ruptured the other lines. And we lost all oxygen supply to the fuel cells and the crew module. And the crew module was dying real quickly from lack of power other than the battery, and we didn't want to use the battery because we needed that for entry.
This is Apollo Control at 57 hours 46 minutes ground elapsed time. The black team of flight controllers is now on station in Mission Control Center looking at possible alternate missions, as we have an apparent serious oxygen leak in the cryogenic oxygen in the service module. And now in the process of powering down the command module. Less than 15 minutes remaining of electrical power to the CSM.
The biggest things we had to do in the dying moments of the electrical system in the command module was to transfer the guidance system from the command module to the lunar module. And we only had about 15 minutes to do that, because if we didn't get the guidance system in the lunar module, that meant that we'd have to start all over again to try to get the lunar module guidance system up to speed.
The scheme of going across to the lunar module, still connected with the open tunnel, the lunar module would serve as a sort of lifeboat for the crew of Apollo 13.
And then we started turning on all things, the control systems. We were starting to talk out from the lunar module. And in fact, we were in the lunar module before the ground realized it, and suddenly realized that, oh, they're over there. And then, of course, what they had to say is, we're going to have to get you off the course you're in now to get you back on the free return course.
And this meant that we were no longer on a path that would allow us to be swung around the moon and come back towards the landing spot on the Earth. The controllability of the spacecraft was okay as long as we had our indicators up, because we had practiced that, as I had said. But suddenly, to save power, we shut that down for a while, and we had to control it by only looking at our computer display. And I had never tried that before. I really don't know who had, and it's a very difficult task. And we spent a lot of our first part of our emergency or survival time just learning how to control the spacecraft in this mode.
The parasynthion near the moon, they would use the descent propulsion system of the lunar module for trans-Earth injection burn at about 79 hours 30 minutes ground elapsed time. This would produce a day early entry at about 142 hours. That is a day earlier than a nominal free return entry. We're continuing to monitor the situation and still live on air ground.
No, I think to me the loss of comm was business as usual. Every mission, as you went around the backside of the moon, you had LOS and then AOS, and I didn't have any reason to figure we wouldn't be back in the communication when we came out the other side. I spent good part of the time with Jack Schweigert primarily. Jim wasn't that interested. He'd been to the moon and seen it. We shot a lot of pictures. We had 2 cameras out and we were shooting pictures like crazy, like tourists.
We are about 70 hours from home, and we think we have the situation in control. We've projected the consumables as I've described, and we have a plan for carrying out the rest of the mission, but there is going to be no relaxation at all as far as that goes from now until splash.
Our first maneuver was to get us back on free return. The second one was to get us home early. The nominal flight time back home was 155 hours if we had done nothing else. But because consumables were critical, and the ground was calculating consumables, and Fred was also doing the back of the envelope type calculation, which he figured if we were lucky we had about 1 hour spare consumables left before we had landed. We had decided, or the ground had decided, to burn at about 2 hours past the moon, at about 79 hours, a maneuver to shorten the time to get home again.
Plus X, Raj. We have ignition, Raj.
13%.
Ground confirms ignition.
40%. 40%. Let's get it 40.
Houston copies.
Stable control. Looks good now, fine. Raj.
Attitude looks good at this point.
Roger. FTP. Roger, FTP. Still stable.
After that, the ground was very much concerned with power, and we were too. Command module just slowly kept going down in temperature until I think just prior to reentry, it was down to about 38 degrees. And along with that, it was a sort of a chilling coldness. The walls were perspiring, the windows were completely wet, and it wasn't too healthy. I recall that we went in there to get some hot dogs one day, and it was like reaching into the freezer for the food. One of the potable water lines was frozen the morning of entry on the last day. That's how cold it was in there, without active thermal control. Of course, as the temperature went down, we became concerned about keeping warm. And Fred and I broke out our lunar boots, which we had stowed away in the lunar module, and Jack looked at his wet feet a couple times. But he had an extra set of underwear, so he put that on. We actually had a third little sleep restraint, which Fred then put on and buttoned up and kept a little bit warm.
The command module was very wet. The water separators weren't working, either in the LEM or the command module, and there was water everywhere. In the LEM, there's no inner walls, so you could see water on all the connectors, wire bundles, plumbing, every turn of glob of water. And the command module, we actually had to get towels out to wipe off the instrument panel to see the instruments.
The carbon dioxide canister was filling up quite rapidly, and we had to figure out a way of using the canisters in the command module and place them in the lunar module systems.
And the ground read us up a procedure in order to adapt some of the command module canisters for use in the LEM. And as they read this thing up, Jim and I constructed one of these things. At this point in time, I think the partial pressure of carbon dioxide was reading about 15 millimeters. And we constructed two of these things and put them online, and I think within an hour, the partial pressure of CO2 was down to 0.2. So these were very effective devices.
About the time that we had the lithium hydroxide canisters in place running on the line, my team came in from the rest period. And the trajectory team came up. Jerry Bostic was running that, basically said, I don't know what's going on, but our trajectory's shallowing out. We had to figure out how to perform maneuver without a computer display system, and this was one procedure that they developed, I believe, for Apollo 8.
The ground, after some tracking, realized that we were not on a trajectory that would get us safely back home, and that we'd have to make another maneuver.
We're making the burn, and I'll give you a hack here at 2 minutes to go.
By this time, the crew stations became a lot different. There are 3 people in the lunar module now, usually built for 2. This last maneuver was going to be unique because we did not have the platform powered up, so we didn't have a normal method of determining the attitude of the spacecraft in order to perform the burn.
Roger, 2 minutes, we got it.
On Apollo 8, some time ago, we were concerned with perhaps losing a platform on the return voyage home, and since no one had ever made a lunar trip before, we were looking at sort of way out ways of determining how we could make these corrections home. And some of our people here at MSC had come up with an idea about using the terminator of the Earth to orient the spacecraft and then the sun position to get orientation and pitch. And with that knowledge, we could then make corrections to correct our angle of entry into the atmosphere.
And mark it 1 minute.
And as you know, I think that the angle of entry into the atmosphere is a very small angle, only about 2 degrees, and so it has to be controlled very closely, and that's what the main tracking is for. So at 105 hours, they gave us instructions to relight the descent engine, to orient the spacecraft in this manner, and give this particular procedure a try. And when they read up the procedure to us, I just couldn't believe it, because even on Apollo 8, I thought I'd never in all the world have to use something way out as this.
Engine arm to descent.
And because it was a manual burn, we had a 3-man operation. Jack would take care of the time. He'd tell us when to light off the engine, when to stop it. Fred handled the pitch maneuver, I handled the roll maneuver, and I pushed the buttons to start and stop the engines.
Ignition. Thrust looks good. Shut down.
470.
Okay, looks good. Nice work.
Let's hope it was.
Everything got stacked up to the end. We had a dead mothership. Another big challenge for the ground was to build the procedure in about 3.5 days, how to power it up. We had no procedure to power it up. It had never intended to be ever shut down. And that was a pretty monumental task for a lot of people on the ground.
We've run these simulators both here and at the Cape,
and at the contractors that continuously, ever since last night, we've tried to simulate virtually everything that we've had the crew to do that is non-normal that they've done. And we've proven most everything that we've been able to run on the simulator prior to passing it up to them. There may be some details we haven't done, but at least we've checked the feasibility of everything we've done, and we'll continue to do that.
We really threw away the book. We had never powered down a command module in space, and we had never reactivated one.
And Jack wisely said, well, the first thing was to push in all the circuit breakers. We had panels on each side. And he said, let's punch in, we'll time it, we'll punch in 6 and stop and see if we smell burning wire, which you can tell when wire's burning. And then we'll step ahead and do the next 6. So we went through the initial activation that way, knowing things were wet. Now, we were, I think, saved in a second-hand way by the Apollo 1 fire, because they rewired totally both vehicles, so everything was virtually waterproof.
Normally when you come home, you have only the command and service module. So the only thing we have to get rid of is this service module just prior to entry of the atmosphere. Coming home now, though, we had a dead service module. We had a command module that had no power to it. We had a lunar module that was a wonderful vehicle to travel home with, but didn't have a heat shield, unfortunately, and shortly we'd have to abandon her.
And Jim and Fred were in the LEM and using the translation controller to give us some velocity, and when Jim yelled fire, I jettisoned the service module. And it went off amidst a lot of debris, which is usual, and Jim began to pitch around to try and photograph it.
We copied that report from Jim Lovell of service module separation at 138 hours, 2 minutes, 8 seconds.
I finally caught sight of the service module as it tumbled around in view. And it was, to me, sort of an amazing sight.
And there's one whole side of that spacecraft missing. Is that right?
I didn't realize that this whole panel by the high gain antenna was blown clean off right along the area where the panel normally swings open. I could see the interior. I couldn't see exactly what was damaged. I could see material hanging out from the interior.
Right by the high gain antenna, the whole panel is blown out, almost from the base to the engine. Copy that. It's really a mess.
So now we have the command module and the lunar module together, which is an unusual combination. We've never flown this before.
Then a little later, with an offset angle, we blew off the LEM, basically. We had to pressurize the tunnel and blow it off to get the separation kick of the LEM. And again, that was done very late.
We couldn't jettison that until we knew for sure that the command module was in the proper place, the proper time, and the proper angle. If we came in less, we'd skip out like skipping a stone on water. If we came too high, we'd burn up just like a meteor in the atmosphere.
We're up now on 3 minutes until time of drogue deployment. Standing by for any reports of acquisition. Got a report that a Raya 4 aircraft has acquisition of signal. Odyssey, Houston, standing by, over. Okay, we read you, Jack. That was command module pilot Jack Schwager. We're looking at the weather on TV, and it looks just as advertised, real good. It's been 2 minutes now from time of drogue deployment.
Apollo 13, this is recovery, over.
I recall, Captain, that when I spoke to you on the phone, you said that you regretted that you were unable to complete your mission. I hereby declare that this was a successful mission. From the start, the exploration of space has been hazardous adventure. The voyage of Apollo 13 dramatized its risks. The men of Apollo 13, by their poise and skill under the most intense kind of pressure, epitomized the character that accepts danger and surmounts it.
Once we were into entry, which was incidentally done fully automated, it was pretty much the normal entry all the way down, and all 3 chutes came out. And kind of miraculously, since we had abused the vehicle, the mothership, by freezing it for 4 days, the water tanks were frozen when they recovered it on board the ship. So we exceeded specifications on all the avionics, certainly. It gave us the second most accurate splashdown of the program. So it was a question of getting this entire world geared and oriented to one single job, get the crew home. And boy, the teams worked out great.
And it didn't need coaching. It just happened. And we all knew each other. We all were comfortable with who could do what and so on. So there you are, we pulled that off.
Actually, I guess when the parachutes came out and they blossomed and we landed on the water and didn't sink, I think we were home safe.
Well, of course, when we hit the water, we were very happy to be back home, and we commented on that fact. The recovery of 13 was almost textbook recovery. It was a calm day. The actual splashdown itself was very mild, and the Navy did a grand job.
If anything, has increased my confidence in the ability of this nation's space program to take an unusual situation and react to it and come out with a successful conclusion. I consider recovery of the crew a successful conclusion of it. But I have nothing but the utmost admiration for the people on the ground who work tireless hours to get us back.
Sometime this year I'll have had 15 years with NASA, and I don't figure I'll retire for another 30 maybe. So I'll just do whatever job the agency decides is the best place I can be and to contribute the most.
Imagine if you were an alien who, was visiting the Earth for the first time from some other galaxy. Imagine only visiting the United States and never visiting any other part of the Earth's surface. That's essentially what we've done with the Apollo missions. Really been able to do wonderful and groundbreaking science with the samples, collected during the Apollo missions. But again, we visited only a very small part of the lunar surface.
The way that I think about it is it's the equivalent of landing on Earth and getting rocks from Kansas. It would give us insight into one particular location on the Earth, but not at all the diversity of what we see on the Earth, what we know is present on the Earth. So the ability to go to a different site, a different location, get different samples will just enrich what we've already learned from our Apollo samples.
There's a lot left to be learned about the moon, and it starts with the South Pole.
Artemis astronauts will fulfill a different mission in a unique environment. While the Apollo astronauts who visited the moon's surface between 1969 and 1972 landed near the equator, Artemis astronauts will venture to the moon's South Pole region, frigid, rugged, and with unique light and darkness conditions that make it an ideal location for exploration. The South Pole region is also home to the rim of the moon's largest, oldest, and deepest crater, called South Pole Aitken. It takes up almost a quarter of the moon, and is so deep it exposes portions of the moon's interior.
Yeah, the South Pole it's fascinating. There are some very unique types of rocks that are at the South Pole that will allow us to understand the entire history, not just of the moon, but potentially of the solar system.
Very early on in lunar history, we think that there was this increased period or very intense period of huge material hitting the surface of the moon, creating these really large craters or like giant holes, which we actually call basins. So getting a sample of impact melt from this basin would kind of help us bracket that early period of time.
The moon's South Pole region has resources that are vital for long-term exploration. Because the moon is barely tilted relative to the sun hovers over the horizon at the South Pole. Imagine a flashlight turned on, laying on a table. That's how the sun illuminates the South Pole. Light at the South Pole strikes at such a low angle, it brushes only areas of higher elevation, such as crater rims. These locations have sunlight for extended periods of time to harness for power. At the same time, the bottoms of some deep craters are shrouded in constant darkness. Scientists have measured the coldest temperatures in the solar system inside these craters, which have become known as perfect environments for preserving water for eons.
Over time, there's individual molecules of water and carbon dioxide and other gases that actually bounce around the surface of the moon. And when they get to one of these cold spots, they actually get stuck. So we call those places cold traps. And if you do that for millions and even billions of years, you can actually build up a pretty significant deposit of water and other ices.
From an exploration perspective, if we can understand just how much water there is and where it is and how to get it out of the regolith of the moon, we can turn it into really important things like drinking water for astronauts and even rocket fuel to take them back home. So really understanding these resources and how to use them is one of the objectives of the Artemis program, and it's what makes the South Pole of the moon so exciting.
We know the moon in incredible detail, thanks in large part to NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, or LRO. LRO has been circling the moon since 2009. It's the longest-lived spacecraft there. Through tens of thousands of orbits and data from 7 instruments, LRO has mapped the moon's temperature, geology, radiation environment, and is providing insight on how the moon is changing over time. LRO is led by Dr. Noah Petro, a planetary geologist at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center.
LRO is this incredible mission. It was launched in 2009 as the opportunity to go back to the moon, to create this three-dimensional, high-resolution, high-definition atlas of the moon. Where are there safe landing sites for human and robotic explorers? So what LRO is doing is really giving us the tools, the material, the data we need to make those missions successful.
For many years, LRO's elliptical orbit was closest to the moon during the spacecraft's pass over the South Pole. So scientists have more information about the South Pole region than any other region of the moon.
We know that we can do more and build upon the legacy of Apollo. But to do that, we needed a higher resolution data set. We wanted to know where the hazards were. We wanted to know where the geologic features were that we want to go explore. And so LRO has created that database. Incidentally, the LRO data volume is now over 1.3 petabytes. It's the largest volume of data that NASA has ever collected from any planetary body. It's remarkable. And what we've done now in support of Artemis, in support of other NASA missions to the moon, is we've created special maps. We share them with the public and we share them with the various engineers and scientists who are going to help enact and make Artemis a reality.
You know, this is basically a Google Maps of the moon, taken from pictures from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter camera, and you can just zoom in and see a 5-meter boulder on the surface of the moon. That's just crazy. I could spend all day, and I have spent all day, sometimes just browsing around different parts of the moon, just looking at air rocks.
This wealth of information will make it easier to find ideal locations for a NASA base camp, and to quickly identify scientifically interesting areas to visit nearby.
So it's my real belief that we have an opportunity with Artemis to do something different than Apollo. We build on Apollo, we learn from Apollo, but we want to expand what Apollo was able to do and build this presence on the moon that is more than just 3 days, more than just 6 individual missions, but a much larger program that eventually will result in the ability to go onto Mars.
Mars is quite a bit longer away from our own planet than, of course, the moon is. It takes several months in some cases to get to Mars, and it's therefore going to be really critical when we have astronauts walking around on the surface of Mars to be able to stay there for longer periods of time. You've just spent 6 or so months to get there. You want to really be able to explore the surface around you, and having the ability to live off the land and know how to conduct exploration for longer periods of time is going to be critical for Martian exploration, and lessons learned for that sustainable type of exploration start right here at the moon.
So there's still so much for us to learn from going back to the moon from a scientific perspective. It's a no-brainer in my head. So with Mars in the horizon as our kind of end goal, this is an important step for us to take. And then also just kind of from a human aspect, we all have this kind of intrinsic desire to explore. I think it's in all of us and certainly in us as a society. And so I think setting our sights on something and accomplishing this goal together is really important just for international relations, for, you know, just coming together as a humankind, you know, the human spirit. I think that's a piece of what we're doing that we can't ignore as well.
I have 3 kids, aged 10, 6, and 2. I talk about space often with them. The great thing that my parents did for me was let me find my path. I also look at my daughter and I think, okay, Amelia, you know, she keeps saying she wants to be a firefighter, a construction worker, and an astronaut. And I said, well, Amelia, you can do all 3 and be an astronaut. Well, I mean, when you're an astronaut, you gotta learn how to fight a fire in space, you gotta learn how to build stuff, so you gotta do all those things. What they'll become, I'm so excited to find out, but I have no idea what they're gonna end up gravitating towards.
So why is the moon my favorite body to study? I think growing up, you could always see it in the sky. You could see some beautiful stars and maybe Mars or Jupiter as like small little dots, but the moon is just there in all its glory. It's like our nearest and dearest neighbor, and you can even with the naked eye, you could start picking out features on the moon. I think that was really cool. You know, this is thousands of miles away, and you can still kind of be a geologist from the ground if you want to, and I think that's really cool, and that's why I always wanted to study the moon. Just seeing people walk on the moon, on this foreign planetary body, you know, looking at images like the one behind me here, I think that always blows my mind.
I will say with my 2-year-old, what I have noticed recently, and this is wonderful, is that when he sees the moon, we're out for a walk, we're driving around, or outside a window, we go, moon, moon. And just the fact that he can look up and see, oh, moon, moon, that makes me so happy.
Greenland. A massive ice-covered island in the northern Arctic. A land of pristine waters, enormous glaciers, and ancient geology. And for some, the site of a hotly contested claim of the oldest signs of microbial life on Earth. Meet Dr. Abigail Allwood, astrobiologist at the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Dr. Allwood is here in Greenland to investigate recently published findings of possible stromatolites, or microbial fossils, dating back to 3.7 billion years ago.
It's always when I go and see some rocks and outcrops in the flesh, that it's so much more eye-opening and informative than it is to read about them in papers. And absolutely the case with this one. When I came to see them after that paper was published, I very much doubted that interpretation, and I thought, well, we need to do two things. One, we need to put a paper out, and secondly, we need to do a workshop and bring a lot of people out here to also see what their opinion is, reach some sort of a consensus on what the right interpretation was.
Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and a finding like this requires further investigation. Dr. Allwood has gathered a team of astrobiologists and will now travel by helicopter into the wilderness of the Ishua Greenstone Belt.
So we're out here to study an outcrop that there is some controversy over. There is a group of authors that has made a claim that there are biosignatures in the form of stromatolites in these rocks. And there's another group of authors, I happen to be one of that other group of authors, that has refuted that claim. So we're out here in Greenland to study those outcrops in more detail and to try to get a sense of the geology that surrounds those potentially stromatolite-bearing outcrops and try to get a sense for what the ancient environment looked like at the time that those rocks were forming. The claim was such a big deal because if it proves to be true, then this pushes back the earliest signs of life in Earth's geological record by a couple of 100 million years.
It means that the window of opportunity for life to emerge doesn't have to be very big. You know, literally as the last bombardment is occurring, that you can say that life can take hold, at least our one example that we have that life took hold. Go to Mars, it means that it only also had to maintain its conditions, its sort of cradle of life, its opportunity for life to emerge for that short period of time. It didn't have to sort of maintain it for a couple of 100 million years longer.
And when you go back to those very old rocks, they're usually altered and deformed, and it's very difficult to find those signs of life. But those are also the most interesting rocks to look at because we don't know when life originated on Earth, and we don't know what that earliest life was like. So the record that we have from geology is in these rocks that are very difficult to interpret.
Sorting out which way I'm going to put it.
Sampling here in Greenland is, it's not all that different from sampling anywhere else. A geologist's tools are kind of the same no matter where you go. You need a hammer, a chisel, a little, hand lens to look at the rocks up close, field notebook, camera, and you record your observations, and when you think you've zeroed in on a piece of rock that might be worth taking back to the lab, you get your trusty rock hammer out and just start banging away until the sample comes out.
When we're looking at rocks, trying to understand if they preserve evidence of life, we look for things in the rock that cannot form without the influence of life. They can change the chemistry, and they can actually change the shape of the ground. And they can make things like peaks and domes that are sometimes unique to the biology.
Again, I think here what you need to do is look at the context of the rocks around those stromatolites and try to get a sense for what that geology is telling you.
This is our sample here. Came from the outcrop. We've got that nice sort of cut and polished base there. And if it was really a cone-shaped structure, then you shouldn't see it on the back of the sample. You shouldn't see it in the back of the hole there. That's about 14 centimetres depth hole, and you're still seeing the structure there. So it's not a cone, it's a ridge. If you can sort of reconstruct that in your mind. Got to prove the three-dimensional morphology. Absolutely have to prove. It's the same story. You can see the structure at the back of the hole there. It's maybe 15 centimetres or so. It was present at the front and it's present at the back, so it's at least that distance in length. It's not a cone shape at all.
A lot of times when you're looking for something that's related to Earth history, I think of it as being like I'm a detective and I'm looking for clues. But the thing is that the rocks are not very good at preserving clues. And my job as a geologist is to take those little bits of information and see if I can make a story about what happened in the rocks. Part of making that story, though, is understanding the uncertainty. The story is never complete because you're always missing a lot of the clues because the clues have just been lost through time.
After investigating the site thoroughly, the team concludes that there is insufficient evidence of life in these structures. However, there is still much to learn from the geology in this environment.
The rocks that we're looking at here in Greenland are similar, if not identical, in age to the rocks that we're going to be exploring with the Mars 2020 rover. We'd like to think that we can use the lessons that we take from studying the Earth's geological record and apply them when we start exploring the geology of Mars.
One of the really interesting things about searching for life on other worlds is, as a scientist, I have to actually, when I'm looking for life anywhere, I have to actually have a model of what I'm looking for to help guide my observations. And so by looking at these places that are very difficult to interpret on Earth, we get that practice and experience of how do we look at something and what are the questions that we need to ask and what are the observations we need to take to be able to answer them.
Any claim that is made about a biosignature on Mars is going to be debated. So I think that this workshop gives us an opportunity to exercise our ability to have civil disagreements over matters of scientific importance, because I think we're going to be doing much of that, with the data that comes back from Mars as well.
I think seeing the rocks in the flesh is just so important. You can't do that for many people, so I think the next best thing is to try and recreate that in a virtual terrain sort of field trip kind of thing. That's what we're trying to do.
So OnSite is an application that we developed for the Mars Science Laboratory mission to help the science team that works with the Mars rover understand the context of the environment around the rover.
And it provides scientists the ability to basically meet on Mars. So it's taking Martian data down from the rover and using photogrammetry to stitch it together to create a 3D model of the outcrop. And then scientists involved in the mission and engineers as well are able to use that 3D model, enter the terrain and make decisions with a much better understanding of the context. We're also using LiDAR imagery out here, which is something not available on Mars. So that's using a laser scanner to basically three-dimensionally scan outcrops and get higher fidelity data so that we can get some very accurate information.
Yeah, so this is the map of the primary outcrops and the laser scans. This is the A outcrop here. There's the flag, there's the cut of the rock, and the other cuts. Now on Mars, it's a different scenario because we're limited to the instruments on board the rover. The rover doesn't have LiDAR. It'd be great if it did. So all we have are the 2D images to work with. 3D reconstruction from 2D images has been part of the Mars missions all the way back to Pathfinder in the late 90s. But it's always been on a per image basis from one rover position. So one of the innovations of
in OnSight is we started combining rover imagery from multiple rover positions. So if the rover is parked next to a rock and the next day you drive around the rock, you can take imagery from those two positions and get a more complete model of that rock than from any one position, on its own. And the holy grail of this is to take all of the rover drives from landing to the current position, register them all together so you could walk from the landing site to the current rover position, seeing high quality 3D imagery all the way. So OnSight was started in the context of the Mars rover missions, but the capability that OnSight and tools like it provide is really, it's a virtual presence and situational awareness in an environment that's hard to visit. Mars is an extreme example of that, but where we are today in Western Greenland is not quite as hard to visit as Mars, but it's certainly not easy. So you can imagine geologists going into the field to these remote locations and bringing back not only their written field notes and photos, but a 3D capture of the environment that becomes kind of an immersive field notebook that they can revisit, they can share with their colleagues and with the public and help to communicate what that environment is like in a way that's really hard to get without actually being there in the field. So I don't think this technology ever really replaces a human in the field. Whether or not humans will go to Mars is not my expertise. But if and when humans do go to Mars, only a select few will go to Mars. But with this kind of technology, they can bring along experts from Earth to extend their knowledge and share that experience with the public, so the whole world gets to go along, for the ride.
So I've never been here before, and the landscape in this environment is just, my mind has been blown being out here for a couple of days. I mean, the scale of the glaciers, the complete lack of vegetation in this area, other than sort of, lichens and moss, it's kind of an otherworldly place. It's really starkly beautiful. I think in terms of why anybody should care about these rocks, I mean, they are the record of some of the oldest processes occurring on our planet. I mean, there are very few places that preserve rocks this old, and so they're really a precious resource for geologists to understand what was going on the Earth, close to, in its infancy. So it's an important and special place.
I will gain a huge insight into these particular rocks, but it will also increase my understanding of how you actually demonstrate that something is or isn't a biosignature that I will apply in all my other work.
It's the ability to minimize the ambiguity before it even gets to the publication, minimize the ambiguity and minimize the bias. When it gets out into the press, it's going to be that much more considered, that much more robust. I think that's what's the best outcome of this workshop.
To observe with Hubble, we actually have to plan out pretty far in advance. And for the outer planets, what we do is we pick the time when they're at opposition. And that means that it's opposite from the sun, from the Earth's point of view. And that basically gives us the highest resolution view. That's when Hubble is the closest to each planet, even though that doesn't vary much over a year. And the planets are a little bit more challenging because they move. And so Hubble has to find guide stars first that tell it where it's pointing in the sky, but then it has to track those planets. So it has to move following the planet across the sky. And so that has to be interleaved with all the other science program Hubble's doing every single day. And so it's very carefully coordinated to fit in as Hubble then orbits around the Earth. And so it gets planned out down to the minute of exactly which image we're going to take in which filter for each of those planets. So it's a cosmic dance of getting Hubble pointed in the right place, moving in the right direction, and tracking all at the same time. The OPAL project, or the Outer Planets Atmospheres Legacy Program, is an observational program using the Hubble Space Telescope. And what we're doing is we're looking at each of the outer planets every year so that we can build up a time base using the exact same facility and the same instruments, so we can actually track what's changing over the years on each of those planets. And it started really with Jupiter. In essence, we were trying to look at the weather on Jupiter. And as we're trying to understand weather, we know even here on Earth it changes every minute, every hour, every day. And we didn't have that kind of time coverage, but we also didn't even have long time coverage to look at things that changed over seasons. And so we had this big gap in our knowledge where we just weren't getting frequent enough data to be able to trend any of these things. And the idea kind of came about to look at a legacy program where we built up a legacy for Hubble within the planetary community. And in 2014, we started with our first observations of Uranus. And the first thing I think we noticed was Uranus had a very prominent polar cap. It was very much brighter and getting brighter over time. We've watched it over the last few years get much brighter. Neptune, on the other hand, has been really quite interesting. The first thing we noted was it had a lot of bright white clouds, and they were coming and going pretty rapidly in a lot of different latitudes. And so when we start looking at Neptune and Uranus as dynamic planets with changing atmospheres, weather, like we know now for Jupiter and Saturn, we realize that we have a lot of gaps in our understanding. And so we've been able to use the OPAL program to track how much cloud cover we have from year to year. But the other thing we can do with Hubble that we can't really do any other way is look for dark spots. And so the Great Dark Spot was this big iconic feature we saw with Voyager. And when we looked again a few years later, finally when Hubble was online, it was gone. And that kind of surprised us because we were used to the Great Red Spot, which doesn't go away. It's changed over time, but it's still there. And so these storms are not quite the same as what we see on Jupiter because they form and go away on much more rapid timescales. The latest image of Neptune is really interesting to me because we don't see those bright white clouds we've been seeing the last few years. As a matter of fact, the only thing we see in that particular image is this great dark spot. And so in a lot of ways, it brings us around full circle because this looks so much like the Voyager image from 1989. And that was pretty surprising to me, not to see as much cloud activity as we've been seeing in previous years. The OPAL team is actually a fairly small team. There's only 3 of us, but our data is immediately available to the public and any other scientist that wants to use them. And so we do that as well as our own scientific analysis. I think having so much Hubble data now, there's just so much in there to study. And, you know, as a scientist, that's what drives us, is trying to solve mysteries, trying to look for new mysteries. And so having these long-term data sets with just such rich numbers of features in there, there's always something to go look at. And it's certainly going to keep us busy for years to come, even when we're not getting any more data.
NASA celebrates Asian American and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander Heritage Month.
What an exciting day at the Kennedy Space Center. You can see the Orion spaceship coming out of the ONC building where we've been assembling it for several years. As big a step as this is for us today in rolling out and starting the journey of Artemis 1 to the moon and beyond, we're really excited for this test program to get this vehicle flowing and to begin the next steps, which are to send humans back to the moon.
The twin sister of Apollo, Artemis is the name given to the program that will return humanity to the moon. And named after one of the largest constellations in the sky, Orion is the spacecraft destined to get us there. Through Artemis missions, NASA will land the first woman and the first person of color on the lunar surface. And these missions will allow us to explore more of the moon than ever before, paving the way for long-term presence in lunar orbit.
We're rolling the Orion spacecraft out, but it's beginning its journey. We're really kind of at the end of the building process and the beginning of getting ready to go fly.
But before Orion can travel to our nearest celestial body, it must first make a few pit stops along the way to fuel up and get ready for flight.
As we leave here today, we're going to go to a facility that'll fuel the spacecraft with the rocket fuels and propellants it needs. We'll put a launch abort system on. We'll send it out to be stacked in the rocket and launched. And it's really the last few yards of the game.
Orion's journey to the moon began on the bayou. NASA's Michoud Assembly Facility in New Orleans is where technicians with Lockheed Martin began welding the pieces of the spacecraft's underlying aluminum structure together. 1 year later, it arrived in Florida, taking up semi-permanent residence inside the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. Engineers and technicians will spend the next years working almost around the clock, outfitting Orion with thousands of components and pushing the capsule through several rounds of rigorous testing as teams prepare for its flight around the moon. The first step, though, is the crew module's arrival.
When the crew module shows up here at the O&C building, it's really just a welded shell of the structure. When it gets here, we put it into a fixture called the bird cage tool, and we use that fixture to position and attach all of the mechanically attached primary and secondary structure for the crew module.
Part of that includes the heat shield, which protects the crew module as it blazes through Earth's atmosphere at astonishing speed as it returns home. Technicians with Lockheed bond those thermal protection system products onto the heat shield right here in the O&C. And they do the same for the crew module's forward bay cover.
We bond that on here, and basically this covers the forward bay of the crew module such that once we come back into the atmosphere, this gets jettisoned and all of the landing system, i.e. parachutes, get deployed and slow the crew module down so that when it touches down in the ocean, it's only going a few miles an hour.
With the primary and secondary structures all attached, the crew module is tested to see how everything holds up. Orion is pressurized, stressing the welds to ensure they'll hold up under the proper loading. Afterwards, non-destructive evaluation of those welds is conducted to check for any voids or cracks. Once the structure is deemed strong enough, the crew module is moved just a few spaces down into the O&C's clean room for its next round of integrations.
We bring that structure into our clean room, which is you see behind me, because we need to start integrating the propulsion system and elements of the environmental control and life support subsystems. And those systems require a cleaner environment than the one we're standing in out here.
When all of that is done, the crew module is on the move again to the crew module integration station. There, all of the electrical systems, including wire harnesses and avionics boxes that control the crew module's guidance, navigation, communications, and its power subsystems, are integrated. Next, it's time to bring the spacecraft to life.
We power it up, and then we go into a whole series of functional tests to make sure all the subsystems that we've integrated up to that point are functioning properly.
But the crew module isn't the only thing that makes up the Orion spacecraft.
All the people, the work, the components that have gone into this vehicle, it's just an amazing feat.
Teams also worked closely with the European Space Agency to build the service module, the element that will power Orion on its journey around the moon. Once that arrives from Bremen, Germany, Lockheed moves forward with integrating the two.
The service module has a very similar life cycle to the crew module. We build it up structurally, we integrate the propulsion system and the other fluid systems, and then we integrate it electrically and power it up and do functional tests on it. And when we have a full service module and a full crew module, then we stack the two together and we have what's called the Crew Service Module for Artemis 1.
Under the Artemis program, NASA plans to not only return to the moon, but to use that as a stepping stone to go farther than any human has ever gone before, Mars. To get there, it's truly a cross-country and international effort among thousands of individuals.
When you consider all the people, you know, at the Johnson Space Center, Marshall Space Flight Center, all across the agency, SLS, Orion, the European Service Module, Boeing and their team, Lockheed Martin and their team, and to see all of that come together on that launch when we send it on its way to the moon, it's going to be absolutely amazing, and we're going to have a lot of really proud, happy people.
Building a spacecraft destined for deep space exploration from the ground up is no easy task. And the fact that these teams have been able to come together and do just that in the midst of a global pandemic is nothing short of amazing.
You know, it really is a testament to the workforce. If you think about what we've been through over the years that they've been putting this together, and particularly think about the environment that this team was dealing with. We're dealing with COVID, and we're asking these folks to come into work every day and finish the spacecraft so we can keep this mission going. And we're ready, and we're excited. And so as they turn this over to us, we're ready to get going.
And really, this is only the start of Orion's path to the pad.
It's a little hard to put into words when you think about the fact that we are in the first flow of what will be our nation's deep space exploration program. It hits you in the heart, and it really speaks to why we all are doing what we're doing.
I never thought as a little kid growing up I'd be part of something like this today. Now as a dad of two young girls, to be able to tell them what I do and to be able to have them someday watch the first woman stand on the moon is pretty amazing to me personally.
As the Orion spacecraft departs the ONC, its next stop is the Multi-Payload Processing Facility, or MPPF, where teams with NASA's Exploration Ground Systems and prime contractor Jacobs will perform the next set of milestones, fueling and servicing the spacecraft.
We have a few months of hard but rewarding work ahead of us to get to launch, but this is it. This is our year. This is our time and what folks have worked so hard for.
Now, we're going to continue with processing, get that thing checked out, fueled, get the launch abort motor stuck on top of it.
With fueling of Orion's crew and service modules complete, the spacecraft moves from the MPPF into the Launch Abort System facility.
We just finished fueling the spaceship, and we moved it to the LASA facility, the Launch Abort System facility, to put the Launch Abort System on the top of Orion.
And in July 2019, teams completed a critical test, the Ascent Abort 2 flight test, to validate the Launch Abort System works as expected. After reaching an altitude of about 6 miles, where the test spacecraft experienced high-stress conditions expected during launch, the abort sequence triggered. Within milliseconds, the abort motor fired to pull the crew module away to safety. Its attitude control motor flipped the capsule into the proper orientation, and the jettison motor fired to release the crew module for a splashdown in the Atlantic Ocean.
I feel, just honored and humbled every day to be able to work on this stuff.
This rocket is just going to be absolutely amazing.
Now that the spacecraft's launch abort system is securely in place, Orion is ready for the next stop on its path to the pad, the Vehicle Assembly Building. Once inside, the spacecraft will be placed on top of the Space Launch System rocket, the most powerful rocket the world has ever seen.
Flashing across California desert skies, the airplanes you see here are writing new chapters in the story of man-made flight. There she goes.
This is my first opportunity to greet you as Deputy Administrator of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration.
Together, you and I must make our new age.